Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by J.M. Barrie, Peter Pan. Chapter 1, The Darling Children. In the heart of London, on a quiet street lined with gas lamps and flower boxes, stood a tall, tidy house with ivy on the walls and laughter inside. It was the home of the Darling family, Mr. and Mrs. Darling, their 3 children, Wendy, John, and Michael, and one very special dog named Nana. Mr. Darling worked in a bank and wore a tall hat and neat suit. He was clever and proud of his children, though sometimes a little flustered. Mrs. Darling had kind eyes, a gentle voice, and a smile that made you feel safe, like warm cocoa on a rainy day. She was the kind of mother who always knew when you were worried, even if you hadn't said a word. Wendy was the eldest. She loved stories, dancing, and looking after her younger brothers. John, in the middle, was logical and loved to draw battle plans on the nursery floor. Little Michael, the youngest, still needed help tying his shoes and was happiest with a teddy bear in one hand and a biscuit in the other. But the most unusual thing about the Darling family wasn't the stories or the laughter. It was Nana, the nursemaid. Nana was a large, furry Newfoundland dog, and she took care of the children better than most humans could. She tucked them in at night, picked up their toys with her mouth, and gave them a sniff and a lick whenever they were upset. No one knew quite how she managed it, but somehow she always had a way of making things better. The nursery, high up at the top of the house, was a magical place, even before Peter Pan ever arrived. The wallpaper had tiny stars on it, the windows opened wide to the night sky, and toys were scattered like stardust across the floor. There was a rocking horse in the corner, a row of storybooks on the shelf, and a cozy little fireplace that crackled cheerfully on chilly evenings. Every night, after supper and baths, and after teeth were brushed and hair was combed, Mrs. Darling would sit on the edge of Wendy's bed and tell a bedtime story. The boys would huddle close, and even Nana would lie down nearby, ears perked up, ready to listen. Wendy's favorite stories were about a mysterious boy named Peter Pan, who could fly and never grew up. He lived in a place called Neverland, where fairies flitted among the trees, mermaids sunbathed on rocks, and pirates sailed the seas in crooked ships. Peter Pan was brave, mischievous, and always just a little wild. Mrs. Darling didn't know where she first heard the name. It had floated into her dreams long ago, but Wendy believed deep down that Peter was real. One evening, after the children had been tucked in and the lights were dimmed, Mrs. Darling stood quietly in the doorway, watching them sleep. The moonlight spilled across their blankets like silver ribbon, and as she watched, she thought, just for a moment, that she saw a shadow move across the wall. Not her own, and not Nana's. A boy's shadow. She blinked, and it was gone. She said nothing to Mr. Darling, though she felt a strange flutter in her chest. But that night she dreamed of a boy who flew past windows and a girl who followed him into the stars. And far away, just outside the nursery window, hidden in the soft folds of night, someone was watching. Someone small, with wings that glowed like morning dew, and someone taller, with messy hair and a smile that meant trouble. They were waiting. Chapter 2, The Boy at the Window. The next few nights passed peacefully in the Darling household. Wendy continued telling stories of Peter Pan to her brothers, who listened with wide eyes and whispered questions. They loved imagining battles with pirates, secret hideouts in the forest, and magical flights through the stars. But none of them knew that someone was listening, really listening. Each night, Peter Pan would fly silently through the skies of London, past chimneys and rooftops, with a tiny glowing light darting beside him. That light was Tinker Bell, a fairy no bigger than your hand, but brighter than a lantern. She jingled when she flew, like silver bells in the snow. Peter had been coming to the Darling nursery to hear Wendy's stories. He sat quietly outside the window, perched on the sill like a bird, his shadow flickering behind him. He loved stories, especially the ones about him. He didn't always understand them, but he liked the way Wendy told them, with such warmth and wonder. One night, something strange happened. As Peter leaned a little too close to the window, his shadow slipped away. It darted into the nursery like a mischievous cat, and tried to hide under the bed. But before Peter could snatch it back, the window closed with a sudden snap, and he was forced to fly away, leaving his shadow behind. The next night, he returned. He wasn't going to leave without it. Inside the nursery, the moonlight poured through the windows, bathing the room in a pale, silvery glow. The children were fast asleep, their chests rising and falling in rhythm with their dreams. Nana was downstairs, and the house was quiet. Then, click, the nursery window creaked open. A breeze fluttered the curtains as Peter Pan flew in, floating gently to the floor. Tinker Bell followed, zipping about like a firefly. Peter tiptoed across the room, peering under the beds and behind the toy chest. "There it is," he whispered, spotting his shadow curled beneath a blanket. He pounced on it, trying to reattach it to his feet by rubbing it like a stubborn sock. But shadows aren't like socks. They don't stick just because you want them to. Peter frowned. He didn't understand sewing or buttons or anything that required sitting still. He tried using soap from the bathroom, but the shadow just kept slipping and flipping and flopping around like a slippery fish. All the noise woke Wendy. She sat up in bed and blinked sleepily at the strange boy kneeling on the floor with one sock on, tussling with something. "Who are you?" she asked, more curious than afraid. Peter stood up straight, brushing imaginary dust off his green tunic. "I'm Peter Pan. I ran away the day I was born. I live in Neverland." Wendy's eyes widened. "Peter Pan? The real Peter Pan?" He nodded, proudly. "The one and only." Tinker Bell gave a jealous jingle from the corner, not at all pleased that Peter was now talking to someone else. Peter explained the problem with his shadow, and Wendy, being quite practical for a girl who believed in fairies, offered to sew it back on. She found her mother's sewing kit, and under the soft light of the moon she carefully stitched the shadow to the tip of Peter's feet. "There," she said gently. "All better." Peter stood up and grinned. He danced in a little circle, watching his shadow follow him again. "Oh, Wendy, you're so clever. You should come to Neverland and be the mother to the lost boys." "Neverland?" she breathed. "Is it real?" "Of course it's real," Peter laughed. "There are pirates and mermaids and fairies, and you never have to grow up." Just then, John and Michael stirred and sat up in bed, rubbing their eyes. They were surprised, but not scared, because when your sister is talking to Peter Pan, how could anything be scary? Peter told them all about Neverland, about Captain Hook and his pirate crew, the fairy kingdom, and the lost boys who lived without mothers but dreamed of bedtime stories. Wendy listened, her heart full of wonder. Michael clutched his teddy. John demanded to know whether there were real sword fights. Then Peter stood on the windowsill and said, "Come with me, I'll teach you to fly." Wendy hesitated, "But we don't know how." Peter chuckled. "All it takes is faith, trust." He turned to the floating light, and a little bit of pixie dust. Tinker Bell, with an exaggerated sigh, fluttered above their heads and sprinkled each of them with her shimmering golden dust. "Now," said Peter, "think of a happy thought." John thought of winning a fencing match. Michael thought of birthday cake. Wendy thought of flying through the clouds, holding Peter's hand, and suddenly, up they went. First Michael, then John, then Wendy, lifting gently off the floor like feathers in the wind. They soared around the nursery, laughing and twirling, chasing the stars painted on the ceiling. Peter clapped with delight. Next stop, Neverland. And just like that, the four children flew out of the open window, up into the starlit sky, with Tinker Bell glowing ahead like a tiny lantern guiding them toward the second star to the right, and straight on, till morning. Chapter 3, Flying to Neverland. The stars shimmered like diamonds scattered across a deep navy sky as Peter Pan led the way, soaring above rooftops and chimney tops, higher than the tallest towers of London. Wendy, John and Michael followed close behind, floating like dandelion seeds on the wind. Below them, the city slept, unaware that four children and a fairy were flying over their rooftops on their way to a magical island. Wendy's heart pounded with excitement as she flew past the Big Ben clock tower. The hands of the great clock pointed to midnight, and its deep chimes echoed through the sky like a lullaby. The wind blew through her hair, and her nightgown fluttered like sails on a ship. Michael clutched his teddy tightly as he wobbled through the air, still not quite used to flying. "Peter," he called. "What if I fall?" "You won't," Peter grinned, looping through the air with ease. as long as you think happy thoughts. John, always curious, experimented by flipping upside down, giggling as his dressing gown billowed around him like a cape. "This is better than riding a bicycle," he declared. Tinkerbell zipped ahead like a golden firefly, leaving a sparkling trail behind her. Though still a bit grumpy about Wendy's presence, she made sure the children didn't drift too far or too fast. Every now and then she'd circle back and tug on Peter's ear, or flick Michael's curls with a shimmer of pixie dust. "Where is Neverland?" Wendy asked as she glided beside Peter. Peter pointed to the horizon. "Second star to the right," he said, "and straight on till morning." And so they flew on, through the night, across oceans and clouds, past dreamers and sleepers and soft silver moonlight. Sometimes they dove down low to chase their shadows over the waves, and sometimes they rose so high they touched the very edge of the sky. They saw whales leaping from the dark sea below, their backs glowing in the moonlight. They flew through a school of flying fish that sparkled like silver coins. And once, they passed a band of clouds shaped just like a castle, glowing gently with lightning from within. But flying for so long was not easy. After many hours, the children began to grow sleepy. Michael yawned and rubbed his eyes. John's arms began to droop, and even Wendy's head nodded slightly as she drifted. The air grew colder the higher they flew, and the stars seemed to blur together like candle flames behind glass. Peter noticed. "We're nearly there," he called gently. "Look, just ahead." And there, floating on the edge of the morning light, was an island, unlike any other, Neverland. It rose out of the sea like a dream made real. There were mountains shaped like dragons' backs, forests so green they looked painted, rivers that glittered like liquid glass, and beaches dusted with pink and gold sand. There were waterfalls that sang as they fell, caves that sparkled inside with treasure, and trees that whispered secrets when the wind blew through them. Wendy's eyes filled with wonder. "It's beautiful." Peter grinned. "That's Mermaid Lagoon," he said, pointing to a pool of shimmering water. "And that's Skull Rock. The pirates hide their treasure there, and over there, that's where the Lost Boys live." John peered down. "I think I see a ship." Indeed, far below, in the deep blue harbor, rocked a grand pirate ship with torn sails and a Jolly Roger flag snapping in the wind. Peter's face darkened slightly. "That's the Jolly Roger, Captain Hook's ship. We don't want him seeing us." Wendy shivered, though the sun was beginning to rise and warm the air. "Is he dangerous?" Peter nodded. "He's the meanest pirate who ever sailed. But don't worry, we'll stay out of sight." As the sun began to peek over the edge of the world, Peter led the children in a gentle descent, gliding low through the misty trees and over the glowing treetops of Neverland. The sounds of the island began to rise: birdsong, rushing waterfalls, distant drums, and laughter. They were here, really here, and their adventure was just beginning. Chapter 4: The Island of Adventure. The morning sun rose slowly over Neverland, turning the clouds pink and gold and waking the trees with golden light. Birds with feathers like rainbows sang from high branches. Flowers with colors not found anywhere else in the world stretched open their petals. Everything shimmered with magic, because Neverland wasn't like any ordinary place. It was a place made from dreams, stitched together with the threads of stories and wishes. Peter Pan flew ahead, darting joyfully through the trees like a dragonfly, with the darling children following behind him, their eyes wide with wonder. Below them, Neverland came to life. On the forest floor, tiger lilies swayed like dancers, and strange animals peeked from the bushes, creatures you might know, like foxes and deer, and others you could only find in stories like whispering will-o'-the-wisps, and tree spirits that giggled when you passed. "Look," John pointed to a clearing below. Down in the tall grass, a group of children were chasing each other in a game of tag. They wore clothes stitched from leaves and feathers, and their laughter echoed up through the trees. "Those are the Lost Boys," Peter said proudly. "They're my crew. They don't have mothers, so I brought them here to Neverland. We fight pirates, hunt pretend bears, and tell stories." As the group swooped down, the Lost Boys noticed and ran out to greet them. There was Tootles, shy and kind, who always apologized, even when he didn't do anything wrong. Nibs was full of energy, always running and tumbling, slightly claimed to remember everything from when he was a baby, though no one quite believed him. And then there were the twins, who didn't have names, but everyone called them the twins, and they didn't seem to mind. Wendy landed gently on a mossy patch of earth. She was immediately surrounded. "Is this the mother you told us about?" Tootles whispered. Peter nodded. "This is Wendy. She knows how to tell stories, mend clothes, and sing lullabies." The lost boys looked at her with wide, hopeful eyes. Would you be our mother?" Nibs asked shyly. "Just while you're here?" Wendy blushed and smiled. "I suppose I could." John folded his arms. "And what about us?" "Oh, you can be the father," Slightly said quickly, pointing at John. "And the little one can be our baby." Michael scowled. "I'm not a baby." But when one of the twins gave him a flower crown made of tiny golden blossoms, he forgave them. Peter showed them the secret hideout, a cozy underground home hidden beneath the roots of a giant hollow tree. You couldn't find it unless you knew where to look. A trapdoor opened beneath the leaves, and down they went, sliding through winding tunnels, giggling all the way. Inside it was warm and cheerful. Hammocks hung from the ceiling. A wooden table was set with acorn cups and carved plates. Shells and stones decorated the shelves. It felt like a clubhouse built out of forest magic and childhood joy. Wendy quickly began tidying and straightening. She found a small patch of cloth to use as an apron and decided to tell a story before lunch. So, the Lost Boys sat in a circle, cross-legged on the floor, with Michael on her lap, and Tinker Bell sulking quietly in a lantern. Wendy told the tale of how Peter had once defeated a whole crew of pirates using nothing but a slingshot and a pie. The children giggled and clapped. Even Peter, who usually didn't like sitting still, leaned back against a mushroom stool and grinned. For a while, everything felt perfect, but far away, across the island, where the trees grew darker and the waves crashed louder, someone else was watching. On the deck of the Jolly Roger, Captain Hook, the dreaded pirate, stood scowling into his spyglass. His black hair curled beneath a wide feathered hat, and his long coat billowed in the wind. Where his right hand should have been was a cruel iron hook, sharp and silver. He watched the skies and narrowed his eyes. "Pan is back," he growled, "and he's brought company." Beside him, his first mate, Smee, who was round and cheerful despite being a pirate, scratched his head. "Shall we be polite and send a welcome basket, Cap'n?" Hook glared. "No, Mr. Smee, we'll be sending something far more exciting. Revenge." Below the ship, the sea gave a shiver. Somewhere beneath the waves, a giant crocodile stirred, its belly still ticking from the clock it had swallowed long ago. But back in the hideout, the children knew none of this. They were too busy planning the next adventure, perhaps a swim in the Mermaid Lagoon, or a visit to the Fairy Glen, or even a pretend tea party with invisible cakes and make-believe lemonade. For now, their hearts were full, and their eyes sparkled with the joy of the unknown. And so, nestled in the heart of the enchanted island, the darling children had begun their greatest adventure. Chapter 5: The Fairy and the Hideout. Neverland was full of wonders, but none quite so small or quite so spirited as Tinker Bell. She wasn't like the fairies in bedtime books who gently kissed flowers and sang lullabies. No, Tink was more like a spark from a fire, bright, hot, quick, and entirely her own. She could be mischievous, she could be stubborn, and sometimes she could be a bit jealous, especially of Wendy. Ever since Wendy had arrived, Peter Pan had been smiling at her, talking to her, listening to her stories. Tink had never seen Peter sit so still for so long, unless he was asleep. And the way he looked at Wendy with that dreamy, far-off grin, well, Tink didn't like it one bit. Fairies are too tiny to hold more than one feeling at a time. So while Tink cared deeply for Peter, when jealousy filled her, it filled her completely. And so, while Peter showed the children how to climb trees like squirrels and swing from vines like jungle explorers, Tinker Bell plotted a little trick. That afternoon, while Wendy helped the Lost Boys fold leaves into napkins and carve pretend pies out of mud and berries, Tink zipped away into the forest with a jingle in her wings and a pout on her face. She found Tootles, who was always eager to please. She whispered to him in her chiming language. Fairies speak in the sound of wind chimes, after all, and he leaned close to listen. "What's that, Tinker Bell?" he asked. She jingled more frantically, pointing in the direction of a clearing. "You say there's a big bad bird out there?" Tootles blinked. "One that Peter said should be shot." Tink nodded fiercely. She fluttered around in excited circles, then zipped back toward the hideout, her little plan humming along like a bee in a flower. Tootles, always wanting to be brave, picked up a tiny bow and padded softly into the woods. Back at the hideout, Wendy had decided to go for a walk. The forest was peaceful and full of wonders she'd never seen. Tiny blue frogs that croaked like flutes, butterflies with wings shaped like hearts, and flowers that turned to look at her when she passed. She was humming to herself, enjoying the sunshine filtering through the leaves, when she stepped into a clearing, a perfect sunny spot surrounded by ferns. Tootles stepped out from behind a tree. He saw her, and he froze. He had expected to see a great bird, like the one Tinker Bell had described with such excitement. But this was not a bird. This was Wendy, and suddenly, he realized something had gone terribly wrong. Before he could even lower his bow, Peter Pan swooped in from above. "Stop!" Peter shouted, landing between them. Tootles dropped the bow and fell to his knees. I didn't know. I thought Tinker Bell said. She told me." Peter turned to Tink, who was hiding in a flower bush, her wings quivering. His voice grew cold. "Tinker Bell," he said softly, "you told him to harm Wendy." Tink jingled frantically, trying to explain, trying to make it sound like a joke or a misunderstanding. But Peter was quiet for a long time. "You tried to hurt someone I care about," he said. And then, with a heavy heart, he spoke the words that even the bravest fairy feared. "I banish you, Tinker Bell. For one moon." Tink's light flickered. She gasped, spinning in a little loop like a leaf in the wind, her glow dimming slightly. And then, with a sad jingle that sounded like a tear in music, she flew away, disappearing into the trees. Peter stood still, his expression unreadable. Wendy gently placed her hand on his shoulder. "Will she be okay?" Peter nodded slowly. "Fairies don't stay sad for long, but I had to do it. You're our guest." And she was unkind. Wendy said nothing, because her heart was full of many feelings. Gratitude, worry, and just a little ache of guilt. She hadn't meant to come between Peter and his tiny friend. That evening, the hideout felt quieter, without Tink's flickering light and Silver Bell laughter. Wendy made the Lost Boys berry muffins, and Peter led them in a game of Catch the Shadow, where they tried to jump on their own reflections. Michael drew pictures on the walls with chalk, and John made a telescope out of a rolled leaf. But something was missing. As Wendy tucked Michael into his hammock and Peter curled up near the fireplace of glowing mushrooms, they both glanced toward the tree tunnel, hoping to see a tiny glimmer of light. There was none, not tonight, but somewhere, in a far-off corner of Neverland, hidden in the petals of a wild rose, Tinker Bell curled up beneath a leaf blanket, her wings folded tight, and whispered tiny, sparkly apologies into the wind. Tomorrow was another day, and Neverland was full of second chances. Chapter 6. Captain Hook. While the darling children were settling into their new life with Peter Pan and the Lost Boys, far across the island, beyond the laughing trees and sparkling waterfalls, danger was brewing in the dark. It waited on the deck of a grand and terrible pirate ship. The Jolly Roger floated in the misty waters of Pirate's Cove, its black sails creaking in the wind and its wooden hull weathered by sea and time. The flag above, white skull and crossbones, fluttered like a warning in the air. Even the waves that lapped against its sides seemed to do so a little more nervously than usual. And standing at the helm of that ship was Captain James Hook, tall, lean, and dressed in a red velvet coat with gold buttons. Hook looked like the kind of man who belonged at royal balls. But don't let his fancy clothes fool you. He was cruel, clever, and cold as winter frost. His long black hair curled beneath his wide-brimmed hat, and his eyes glittered with a sharpness that made even the bravest of his crew step lightly. And then there was his hook. Where his right hand once had been was now a curved, gleaming iron hook, sharp and silent, and always polished. He wore it proudly, though he never forgot how it came to be, because Peter Pan had done that to him. Long ago, during one of their many battles, Peter had knocked Hook into the sea. A great crocodile had been waiting below, its jaws snapping hungrily. It took Hook's hand, but the pirate managed to escape before it could take more. Now the crocodile followed Hook everywhere. It had developed a taste for him, and it hadn't yet finished its meal. But most curious of all, it had swallowed a clock. And now, whenever it came near, you could hear it. Tick-tock, tick-tock. That sound haunted Hook's dreams. Even now, standing on the deck, his good hand clenched tightly as he scanned the sky with a long spyglass. "He's back," Hook growled. "Who?" "Captain," asked Smee, the jolly first mate who wore round glasses and always had crumbs in his beard. "Peter Pan," Hook said, lowering the glass. "That feather-headed child has returned to Neverland, and he's brought others with him." Smee scratched his head. "Maybe they're just visitors. Little holiday in the trees, bit of sunshine, no trouble." Hook turned, his voice low and dangerous. "No, Mr. Smee, wherever Peter Pan goes, trouble follows. This time, I shall be ready." He stomped across the deck, the sound of his boots echoing across the wooden planks. The rest of the pirate crew scurried out of his way. Starkey with his gold-toothed grin, Cookson polishing a stolen silver spoon, and Jukes, who always had a parrot that told lies. They all feared Hook, and with good reason. He had 1,000 plans and no mercy. Hook stood at the railing and watched the sun rise slowly over the jungle trees. Somewhere out there, he knew, Peter was laughing, telling stories, sword fighting with sticks, flying through the treetops without a care in the world. Hook hated that laughter more than anything. "Set a watch at the lagoon," he ordered. "Keep eyes on the fairy glen and listen for that dreadful ticking sound. If the crocodile comes, warn me." "Yes, Captain," the crew muttered in unison. Smee stepped closer. "Begin your pardon, sir, but what do we do if we catch him?" "Peter Pan, I mean." Hook smiled a slow, cold smile. "This time, Smee, we'll do more than catch him. We'll trap him, we'll take his friends, and we'll make sure that Feathered Brat never laughs again." Smee gulped. "Aye, Captain." And just as the sun crested the horizon, sending rays of light glimmering over the sea, a soft sound echoed through the still air. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Hook's eyes widened. He froze. It was faint, but it was coming closer. The crocodile was near. He spun around and darted toward the captain's cabin, with the grace of a panther and the terror of a man fleeing a nightmare. Smee, watching him go, shook his head and muttered, "That croc's got him rattled worse than a skeleton in a thunderstorm." Back in the hidden forest, Peter Pan was showing Michael how to do flips mid-air, and Wendy was helping slightly sew a button onto his leaf coat. The sun filtered softly through the trees, and the air smelled like wildflowers and tree sap. None of them knew that Captain Hook had just set his mind to destroying their happiness. But Neverland is always listening. The trees, the wind, the fairies, even the shadows, all of them would whisper warnings soon enough. For now, the children laughed, and far below, deep in the shadows of the jungle, the sound of ticking grew just a little louder. Chapter 7. An Unexpected Battle. The days in Neverland were not counted by calendars, but by adventures. There were no clocks in the hideout, no schedules or homework or chores. There were only trees to climb, games to invent, and stories to tell. Time passed by like clouds drifting in the sky, soft, slow, and full of wonder. And yet, even in a land made of dreams, trouble has a way of finding those who least expect it. It began on a sunny afternoon. The Lost Boys had built a make-believe fort out of sticks and vines, and Peter declared it their secret pirate-proof stronghold. John, with his usual eagerness to lead, made a flag from leaves and tied it to a long stick. Michael appointed himself lookout and climbed into a tree with his teddy bear and a spyglass made of bark. Wendy sat nearby, weaving crowns from ivy and telling a story about brave knights and talking animals. All was calm, all was safe. But deep in the jungle shadows, Captain Hook was watching. The pirate captain had not forgotten his vow. He had crept silently through the trees with 3 of his nastiest crew, Smee, Starkey, and a wiry man named Bill Jukes, who smelled like fish and always carried 3 knives. They crouched in the ferns, peeking through the leaves at the children's game. "There's Pan," Hook whispered, his voice as quiet and sharp as a snake. "Always laughing, always flying. We'll see how high he flies when we spring the trap." Smee looked uncertain. They're just playing, Captain. Doesn't feel right to ruin a picnic. Hook narrowed his eyes. You may prefer tea and cake, Smee, but I prefer revenge. He raised his hook and pointed toward the clearing. Go. The attack came swiftly. First, there was a loud snap, a twig breaking. Then a flash of movement, pirates leaping from the bushes, roaring like wild beasts. The children cried out in surprise. Slightly dropped a wooden cup. Nibs tumbled backward into a berry bush, and Michael's teddy fell from his arms as he slid down the tree in a panic. Pirates, cried John, grabbing a stick like a sword. Peter Pan's eyes lit up. Not with fear, but with excitement. He jumped into the air, spinning mid-flight, and shouted, "To arms! Defend the fort!" Wendy grabbed the little ones and hurried them behind a log, shielding them with her arms. "Stay down," she whispered, her heart pounding like a drum. The Lost Boys scrambled to their feet. Slightly grabbed a wooden spoon. Tootles picked up a pine cone. Nibs found an old helmet made of bark and plunked it onto his head. Peter flew straight into the air, then dove down like a hawk, kicking Starkey's hat clean off his head. The pirate roared, swinging wildly, but Peter was too fast. He ducked, spun, and twirled through the air like a leaf in the wind. "Can't catch me, Hook's henchman," he teased. "You're too slow for Neverland." Smee tried to grab Wendy, but she smacked him squarely with a handful of wet moss. "Keep your hands to yourself, you naughty man," she scolded. Tootles, emboldened by Wendy's bravery, tossed a pine cone at Bill Jukes and hit him right in the nose. Jukes stumbled backward into a tree root and tripped. Even John, usually so serious, was grinning now as he waved his stick like a sword and cried, "For Neverland." Then came the sound no one expected. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was faint at first, like the sound of a toy being wound up, but it grew louder, closer, steady, and sure. Hook froze. He spun around, eyes wide. "The crocodile," he gasped. Smee gulped. "You sure it's not just a—" "No," Hook shouted, backing away. "It's him." Indeed, from the trees came a great slithering shape, long and green and scaly, with blinking yellow eyes and a great wide grin full of teeth. The crocodile was here. Hook let out a shriek and turned on his heel, crashing through the jungle like a stampede. Back to the ship. Back to the ship. Smee and the others followed, tripping and tumbling behind him, slipping in the mud and scrambling through the trees. Peter Pan landed lightly on the grass, laughing. They never learn. The children and Lost Boys cheered, jumping and hugging each other. The battle was over. No one was hurt, and the crocodile, it seemed, was now more interested in a fish pond nearby than finishing its pirate meal. Later that evening, the forest returned to peace. The children sat around the fire, brushing leaves from their hair and telling the tale of their mighty battle. John boasted of his stick swordsmanship. Michael showed off a muddy scrape he called a pirate scratch, and Wendy tended to a small bump on Slightly's head. Peter sat by the fire, smiling quietly. He wasn't afraid of battles. He never had been. But he liked it even more when the laughter returned afterward, when everyone was safe and the stars began to twinkle above the treetops. Wendy looked up at him. "Do the pirates ever win?" she asked. Peter shook his head. "Not in my Neverland." And as the flames danced and the children yawned one by one, Peter looked toward the dark horizon. He knew Hook would be back. He always came back. But for now, the island was calm. The stars were bright, and the wind whispered gently through the trees, carrying dreams into the night. Chapter 8. Mermaids and Mysteries. The next morning in Neverland dawned with soft pink skies and golden mist curling around the treetops like a scarf. Birds sang lullabies to the rising sun, and dewdrops glittered on every leaf as if the forest had been sprinkled with stars. It was a perfect day for exploring. Peter Pan stretched his arms, yawned, and somersaulted out of his hammock. "Who wants to visit the Mermaid Lagoon?" he called, eyes sparkling with mischief. "The lagoon," Wendy repeated, setting down her acorn teacup. "Are there really mermaids there?" "Of course," said Peter. "They comb their hair with shells and sing songs that sound like water. But be careful, they're not always friendly." John perked up, already tying his leaf boots. "Do they ever drag people underwater?" Only if they're bored, Peter replied cheerfully. Michael gasped. Will they take my teddy? Maybe, Peter teased. Better keep him close. The children giggled, and soon everyone was following Peter through the trees, past mushroom groves and pebble paths, toward a shimmering blue light that grew brighter with every step. They reached a cliff that overlooked the Mermaid Lagoon, a secret cove where the sea met the island in a crescent of white sand and sparkling tide pools. The water was crystal clear, tinged with the soft glow of magic. Coral castles shimmered just beneath the surface. Tall rocks jutted out of the lagoon, smooth and sun-warmed, perfect for lounging. And lounging, they were, the mermaids. They had long hair that shimmered like moonlight, eyes as bright as gems, and glittering tails that flicked and splashed with every laugh. Some combed their hair with pearl-studded brushes. Others braided seaweed into necklaces. They hummed to each other in a language that sounded like rippling water and soft shells clicking together. As Peter and the children climbed down to the shore, the mermaids noticed them. Peter Pan, one of them sang, flicking her tail. Come to visit us again. I brought guests, Peter said proudly, gesturing to Wendy, John, and Michael. They've never seen mermaids before. Wendy curtsied politely, though her eyes stayed wide. You're so beautiful. A few of the mermaids giggled. She's polite, one whispered to another. Too polite, another said, flicking a droplet of water toward Wendy. Peter laughed and leapt onto a flat rock beside them, splashing water playfully. Be nice. They're with me. Wendy, curious, stepped closer to the water's edge. A mermaid swam up and rested her chin on the rock, peering at her. You're the girl from the stories, she said. The one he talks about. Wendy blushed. He talks about me? Oh yes, said the mermaid, swirling her fingers in the water. All the time. Peter suddenly looked bashful and turned to skip a pebble across the lagoon. But the peaceful moment didn't last. The mermaids suddenly stopped giggling. One of them pointed toward the far side of the lagoon. Someone's coming. Peter stood, alert. Hi. The children crouched behind a boulder as the water shimmered and something large appeared on the horizon. A small rowboat, paddling quietly toward the lagoon, and inside it sat two familiar figures, Captain Hook and Smee. They must be scouting, Peter whispered, looking for our hideout. Hook didn't look like himself. He was quiet, calm, even a little thoughtful. He watched the water like it held secrets, his hand resting gently on the rim of the boat. They say mermaids know all the secrets of Neverland, he murmured to Smee. If they know where Pan sleeps, they'll tell me. Smee frowned. I don't know, Captain. Mermaids don't take kindly to strangers. Hook narrowed his eyes. Then we'll just have to be persuasive. As the boat drifted closer, the mermaids vanished beneath the water with a splash, gone in an instant, like moonlight behind clouds. Hook scowled. Cowards. Peter grinned from his hiding place. They're smarter than you think. Then, without warning, he sprang up from behind the rock, flipped in the air, and shouted, Go home, Hook. The sea doesn't want you. Hook's head snapped up. Pan. Peter zipped into the air, laughing and taunting, spinning just out of reach. Smee fumbled with the oars, trying to follow. Come down and fight like a man. Hook shouted, waving his hook at the sky. I'm not a man, Peter called back. That's the point. Then he swooped low and tipped the boat with a quick splash of wind. The pirates tumbled into the water with a great splash, sputtering and gasping. The children laughed, watching from the shore. Peter darted above the water, tossing seaweed at Hook's hat before flying off toward the trees. By the time the children returned to the hideout, the sun was low in the sky, and the lagoon shimmered behind them like a dream. What if the pirates come back? Michael asked, clinging to his teddy. They will, Peter said, but they'll never catch us. Not while we have the trees, the sky, and each other. Wendy looked out over the jungle, where the stars were just beginning to twinkle. Neverland is full of secrets, she whispered. Peter smiled. That's what makes it fun. And in the far distance, beneath the waves, the mermaids laughed softly in their hidden caves, their songs mingling with the tide. Songs full of stories no one else would ever hear. Chapter 9. Saved by the Brave. Night had fallen over Neverland, soft and starry, wrapping the island in a hush of moonlight. The trees whispered in silver tones, and fireflies blinked gently in the shadows, like tiny lanterns floating through the air. The children had returned to the hideout after their exciting visit to the Mermaid Lagoon. Wendy had braided flowers into the lost boy's hair. Michael was already fast asleep with his teddy tucked under his arm, and John was trying to draw a map of Neverland using only a piece of bark and a feather dipped in berry juice. Peter Pan, however, was not resting. He sat near the hideout entrance, legs dangling over the side of a mossy root, eyes turned toward the sky. Something in him felt unsettled, a tingling in his bones, a shadow in the back of his mind. Trouble was near. Far away, in the quiet spaces between the trees, Captain Hook was awake too. His boots made no sound on the forest floor as he crept through the dark, a lantern in one hand, his cruel hook gleaming in the other. He was hunting. He had grown tired of sending pirates to do the job. This time, he had come himself. Hook had discovered the location of the hideout by following the laughter. That was Peter Pan's weakness. He was never quiet, and now Hook had a plan to finally rid Neverland of the boy who flew too high and laughed too freely. Back in the hideout, Wendy had just finished humming a lullaby to the youngest lost boy, who snuggled into his leaf blanket with a sigh. She turned to leave when a rustle outside made her stop. She stepped carefully toward the entrance, and suddenly, a shadow loomed. A dark figure lunged forward, grabbing Wendy's wrist. She gasped, struggling, but a hand covered her mouth. It was Hook. He had crept silently into the hideout's clearing and caught her before she could call for help. "You'll do nicely," he hissed, dragging her back through the trees. "If I take you, Pan will come chasing after you, and that's when I'll strike." But Hook had forgotten one important thing. Someone had been watching. Peter Pan had heard the rustle, seen the shadow, and followed silently through the trees, staying just behind. And someone else, someone very small, had also returned that night. A soft golden light flickered through the trees. Tinkerbell. She had come back, and she wasn't gonna let anyone hurt her Wendy, not now. Hook dragged Wendy to a small rocky outcrop and tied her to a tree. She glared at him, her eyes fierce even in the dark. "You won't get away with this," she said. Hook laughed. "Oh, I think I will." But just then, zip, Tinkerbell flew past, flashing in front of Hook's face like a golden streak. He swatted the air, startled. What was that? And whoosh, Peter Pan landed between them with a gust of wind, sword drawn, eyes blazing. "Let her go, Hook," he said, voice low and steady. Hook smiled coldly. "Come to save your little friend." Peter stepped closer. "I came to end this." The two circled each other, shadows shifting in the moonlight. Hook's hook gleamed. Peter's sword flashed. Around them, the forest held its breath. Then, they clashed. Hook lunged. Peter dodged, flipped, and parried. The blades rang like bells in the night. Tinkerbell flew circles around them, distracting the pirate with flashes of light and tiny pinches to the ear. Wendy struggled against the ropes, but they were tied too tightly. She could only watch, heart pounding, as the two enemies dueled under the stars. Hook swung with a roar, but Peter was faster. He darted aside and tapped the pirate's hook with the flat of his blade, knocking it away. "Is that all you've got?" Peter teased, grinning. Hook snarled and charged, but Peter leapt into the air, flipping over his head, and landed neatly behind him. In one swift move, he cut the ropes around Wendy. She stood, brushing leaves from her dress. "You're late." Peter winked. "Just in time, I think." Hook turned, panting and furious, but the sound that came next stopped him cold. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The crocodile was near. Hook's eyes widened. "No, no, not now." He turned and ran into the trees, coat flapping, Hook swinging, muttering curses all the way. Peter and Wendy watched him go. "Will he ever stop chasing you?" she asked. "Not while he hears that ticking," Peter said with a smirk. "But that's what makes it fun." Back at the hideout, the children were still asleep, unaware of the danger that had passed so close. Peter and Wendy returned quietly. Tinker Bell fluttered to her tiny bed in a walnut shell, her light soft and warm again. Wendy sat near the fire and looked at Peter. "Why do you always come for me?" she asked softly. Peter thought for a moment. "Because you believe in me," he said. "That's the bravest kind of magic there is." And with that, The night grew quiet again. The fire crackled gently, the stars shimmered like lullabies, and the wind carried the sweet promise of dreams. Chapter 10, Stories by the Fire. Night in Neverland was a wonder all its own. By day, the island buzzed with the magic of adventure, pirates and mermaids, sword fights and secret places. But by night, the world grew still. The stars stretched wide above the treetops, glowing like lanterns strung across the sky. The moon watched over the forest like a quiet guardian. And in the heart of the hideout, deep beneath the hollow tree, the children gathered around the fireplace made of glowing mushrooms. It was story time. Wendy sat on a stool carved from driftwood, her hands folded in her lap, the fire casting soft golden light across her face. Around her, the Lost Boys, John and Michael, all sat cross-legged on the floor. Even Peter Pan, who rarely sat still for long, rested nearby, his chin propped on his hand, eyes bright. Tinkerbell hovered above them, floating quietly in her walnut shell hammock. Though she didn't always like sharing Peter's attention, even she had come to love Wendy's stories. "Tell us the one about the prince and the sleeping dragon," Nibs cried. "No, the one with the pirate who turned into a pumpkin," said Tootles. Wendy laughed softly, brushing a curl from her cheek. "How about something different tonight? A story about a mother and her children." The boys grew quiet. The word mother always made them still. They had never had one. Not really. Not a real mother who tucked them in, or kissed their bruises, or sang lullabies while brushing the hair from their foreheads. But in Wendy, they had found a piece of that. She began in her softest voice, the firelight flickering on the walls like shadows dancing to the tale. "Once upon a time," Wendy said, "there was a little girl named Lucy who lived in a tall house with her mother and father. Every night, her mother would come to her room and tell her a bedtime story, just like this one," whispered slightly. "Yes," Wendy smiled. "But one night her mother didn't come home. She had gone away just for a little while," the father said. But Lucy waited at the window, night after night, hoping to hear the sound of her mother's voice again. The boys leaned in, their faces solemn. But one night, Wendy went on, as Lucy sat at the window, she saw a star fall from the sky. It landed right in the garden, and when she ran outside, she found a tiny bottle with a note inside. It said, "When you miss someone, tell the stars. They'll carry your message for you." Michael hugged his teddy closer. So every night after that, Wendy whispered, Lucy told the stars stories, and though her mother was far away, the stories found her, floating across the sky. And in her heart, Lucy knew her mother was listening. The hideout was silent, the fire crackling softly. John cleared his throat. "Do you think our parents are missing us?" Wendy nodded. "Yes, very much." Peter sat up a little straighter. "Do you miss them?" he asked. Wendy looked at him, her eyes kind. "I do." Peter didn't answer right away. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small acorn button, worn smooth from being carried so long. "My mother gave me this before I left," he said quietly. "Or maybe I just dreamed she did." Wendy leaned closer. "That means a part of her stayed with you." Peter blinked, as if the idea surprised him. "I don't need mothers," he said quickly, shaking off the feeling. "I've got adventures. I've got sword fights. I've got freedom." The boys nodded, though not as quickly as they once did. "I can still be your mother," Wendy offered, her voice soft. "Just while I'm here, I can tell stories and remind you to wash your faces and patch your clothes and make sure everyone's safe." "And tuck us in?" asked Michael. Wendy smiled. "Every night." Later, one by one, the children climbed into their hammocks, each tucked in with a kiss on the forehead and a whispered goodnight. Peter stood by the window, staring up at the stars. He wasn't thinking about pirates or sword fights or treasure maps. He was thinking about home. And in a quiet corner of the hideout, Tinkerbell's light flickered gently as she hummed a fairy lullaby no one else could hear. The fire dimmed. The night deepened. And all across Neverland, dreams rose like dandelion seeds, drifting up to the sky, perhaps to find someone waiting at a window, wondering where their children had gone. Chapter 11. Homesick. The days in Neverland continued, filled with play and wonder. There were trees to climb, clouds to chase, and shadows to race through the forest. Each new morning brought another magical adventure, and the darling children lived among the Lost Boys as if they'd been there all along. But little by little, something began to change. It wasn't loud like a pirate's sword or a mermaid's splash. It was quiet like the feeling of a chill before a storm, or the way your heart pulls when you think of something you've tried not to miss. That feeling was called homesickness. It began with Wendy. One afternoon, she sat on a smooth stone outside the hideout, braiding grass into a crown. Peter had gone off to play tricks on the pirates again, and the Lost Boys were tumbling through the trees with John and Michael in tow. For a moment, Wendy was alone. She looked up at the sky, bright blue, not a single cloud, and thought of her mother's face. She tried to remember the smell of her perfume, the softness of her hands, the sound of her voice calling up the stairs. Time for supper, children. That simple memory made something twist inside her. I wonder what day it is, she murmured to herself. I wonder if they still set the table for us, just in case we come home. Behind her, Tinkerbell landed gently on a flower petal. She didn't jingle or tease, she just watched quietly. Even fairies could understand that some feelings didn't need words. That night, when the stars came out and the forest settled into stillness, Wendy took a deep breath and said aloud, I want to go home. At first, there was silence. The boys blinked at her, confused. Peter, who had just finished tying a feather to his hair, tilted his head. Home? He asked. But you're already here. Wendy shook her head gently. No, Peter, this has been a wonderful adventure, but I miss my mother and my father and the ticking of the hall clock. I miss my own bed. I even miss brushing my hair in a real mirror. John stood slowly. I do too. Michael looked up, wide-eyed. Can we go home? Really? Peter's smile faded just a little. He tried to laugh. You'll be bored. You'll have to do sums again and wear shoes all day and listen to rules. There's no flying there, no sword fights, no fairies. But there's love, Wendy said quietly, and warmth. And growing up. Peter's eyes narrowed. Growing up is a dreadful thing. Maybe, Wendy replied softly. But it's also part of being loved and belonging somewhere. And you can still remember your adventures, even when you're grown. The Lost Boys shuffled awkwardly. Some looked at the floor, others stared at the fire. None of them had parents waiting at home. Wendy understood this, and her heart ached for them. You could come with us, John offered. But Peter shook his head firmly. I won't grow up. Not ever. Wendy looked at him with kindness. You don't have to, but we do. Peter flew to the entrance of the hideout and stared out at the night sky. The stars blinked gently, like faraway eyes watching, waiting. He didn't say a word for a long time. And finally, I'll take you back. The children gathered their things, leaf satchels, berry-stained maps and acorn hats. Wendy folded a soft shawl for Michael and helped John find both of his socks. The Lost Boys watched silently. Tootles stepped forward. Can we come too? Wendy smiled. I think Mother would take you in gladly. But Peter stopped them. No. The boys froze. Peter's voice was gentle but firm. The world out there isn't made for boys like us. Not really. You'd forget who you are. You'd forget Neverland. The Lost Boys looked at Wendy, then Peter, torn between two dreams. Tootles wiped his nose. Then maybe we'll visit. Sometimes. Peter didn't answer. He just nodded once and turned away, his face hidden in shadow. Later that night, the children huddled together in the hideout one last time. Wendy tucked Michael in with a kiss. She wrapped a scarf around John's neck. She gave each Lost Boy a gentle hug and whispered something kind just for them. To Peter, she said only, thank you. And he said, don't forget how to fly. I won't. She turned to go, but her heart tugged as she glanced back at the firelight, at the boys, and at Peter, sitting cross-legged in the tree hollow, not looking at her. He was already pretending it didn't hurt, because Peter Pan didn't grow up, but Wendy did. Chapter 12, A Pirate's Trap. The night before the journey home was quiet. Too quiet. The air in Neverland had changed, just a little. The wind felt heavier, the stars blinked slower, and the trees seemed to lean in closer, as if listening for something that had not yet happened. The children were asleep. Wendy, John, and Michael were curled up together in the hideout, their bundles packed and ready for the morning. Even Peter, who usually flitted about the treetops after sunset, had settled in a quiet corner, watching the moon through a hole in the bark roof. But down below the surface of the island, danger was moving, and it was dressed like a pirate. Captain Hook had not gone back to the Jolly Roger after his last duel. He had slunk through the jungle like a snake, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his chance. And now, that chance had come. He had a plan, a clever, cruel plan. Peter Pan would be flying the children home at sunrise. Hook knew the path he'd take across the treetops, over the Mermaid Lagoon, past the tall mountain that looked like a sleeping lion. All Hook needed to do was wait. But he didn't want to fight Peter again. No, he wanted something simpler. He wanted Peter gone. That night, while the hideout slept, Hook crept closer than ever before. He moved silently, like a shadow wearing boots. In his hand he carried something small, a delicate glass bottle with a swirling green liquid inside. Poison. With a wicked grin, he slipped inside the hideout while the children were dreaming, and tiptoed to where Peter lay sleeping, beneath a nest of moss and leaves. The bottle glowed faintly in the firelight. Hook placed it beside Peter's bedside mug, the little cup Wendy had carved from a coconut shell, the one she filled with medicine each night before bed. Then he was gone, as quiet as he had come. Peter stirred, not long after, waking with a stretch and a yawn. "Too quiet," he muttered. He sat up and looked around. All was still. The children were asleep. The fire was low. And there, by his bed, was the cup, his nightly medicine. But tonight it glowed. Peter tilted his head. He didn't remember Wendy leaving it out. Still, she had said he needed to take it to stay well, and she had packed her things so carefully, surely she hadn't forgotten. He reached for the cup, but just then, a tiny burst of light. Tinker Bell. She darted into the room, flying faster than ever before, her light flashing like a spark in the wind. She'd seen Hook slip into the hideout. She had followed him, unseen, and now she saw the cup. She knew. Peter blinked. "What is it, Tink?" She jingled wildly, pointing at the cup, spinning in frantic circles. "It's just medicine," Peter said. Wendy left it. Tinker Bell hovered between Peter and the cup, her whole body glowing brighter and brighter, like a lantern trying to outshine the night. Then, without a word, she drank it, the entire cup, all of it. She floated back slowly, her light flickering like a candle in the wind. "Tink," Peter whispered, eyes wide. "What did you do?" She wobbled in the air, her glow dimming. She landed gently on Peter's hand and curled into a ball, wings trembling. "No," he breathed. "No, no, no." He cradled her close, heart pounding. Her light grew fainter, like stars before dawn. "Don't go," he whispered. "Don't leave me." But her light continued to fade. Peter remembered something Wendy had once said, that fairies are kept alive by belief. That if children believe in them with all their hearts, a fairy's light will never go out. So he stood up. He looked into the quiet shadows of the hideout, and he called out, "I do believe in fairies." He said it again, louder. "I do believe in fairies. I do." And somewhere in the hearts of children sleeping all over the world, children in nurseries, in tree houses, in quiet country cottages, something stirred. In dreams and whispers and starlit hopes, they believed too. "I do believe in fairies," they murmured.
"I do."
And Tinker Bell's glow blinked once, then again, and then like a sunrise in a bottle she lit up the room. Peter laughed and held her close. "You saved me," he whispered. She jingled faintly, resting on his shoulder. "And now," Peter said, standing tall, "I'm going to save them." Far off in the dark, down by the water's edge, the pirates were waiting, and they weren't alone. Wendy, John, and Michael were no longer safely asleep. They had been taken, stolen away in the night, carried to the Jolly Roger, where ropes and shadows and cold laughter waited. But the pirates had forgotten one important thing. Peter Pan was still free, and now he was coming. Chapter 13. The Gift of Friendship. The sky over Neverland was still dark, the stars watching silently when Peter Pan stepped outside the hideout. He stood tall beneath the trees, his eyes brighter than the moon above, and in his hand he held his tiny friend Tinker Bell. her glow fully returned. She floated near his shoulder now, her wings steady again, her light strong and fierce. She had nearly faded away to save him. She had taken the poison meant for him, and because he had believed, because children around the world had whispered their faith into the stars, she had lived. Peter looked toward the sea. "Come on, Tink," he said softly. "They've taken Wendy, and John, and Michael. We're getting them back." Tink jingled sharply in agreement, and together they took to the air, a streak of gold and green soaring above the forest, racing toward the shore. Far below, down in the cold mist of Pirates' Cove, the Jolly Roger rocked gently on the waves. It looked peaceful from a distance, like an old storybook ship at rest. But on the deck, under a crooked lantern and a sky full of clouds, things were not peaceful at all. Wendy, John, and Michael were tied to the mast with thick rope, guarded by sneering pirates with long coats and short tempers. Hook paced back and forth, tapping his hook on the wooden rail with each step. "Tie them tight," he ordered. "I want them as bait. Pan will come for them. And when he does..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Smee wrung his hands. "Begging your pardon, Cap'n, but do we really have to make 'em walk the plank?" Huck's eyes gleamed. "No, Mr. Smee, we don't have to, but we shall, because Pan will see. He'll hear their cries, and when he comes flying to the rescue, I'll be waiting." Wendy, though frightened, sat tall and calm, her eyes steady. "You'll never win," she said softly. Hook leaned close. "My dear, I already have." But just then the wind shifted. A breeze swept over the deck. A faint bell-like sound filled the air, and from the highest mast came a flash of golden light, followed by a green blur that zipped through the shadows like lightning. Peter Pan had arrived. He landed silently on the sails, crouched low, surveying the ship. Tink hovered beside him, pointing toward the mast, where the children were tied. Peter's jaw tightened. "We're going in." With a flick of his wrist, he drew his dagger. Tink flew ahead to distract the pirates, zipping past their eyes and ears like a firefly gone wild. She tugged on ears, yanked on hats, knocked over a lantern, and in the chaos, Peter darted down to the deck. He was swift as wind and silent as moonlight. In the blink of an eye, he reached Wendy. "Peter," she gasped. He grinned. "You didn't think I'd let you walk the plank, did you?" He sliced through the ropes with a quick flick. John and Michael, wide-eyed and breathless, stumbled forward into his arms. "We knew you'd come," said John. Peter nodded. "Let's get out of here." But before they could run, Hook appeared. "Not so fast, Pan," he snarled. Peter turned to face him, standing between Hook and the children. Hook raised his sword. "You've been a thorn in my side for far too long, and you've been an old windbag for even longer," Peter replied, smirking. Hook roared, and their blades clashed. The sound rang across the deck. Steel on steel, light against shadow. Peter danced around Hook's heavy steps, dodging and weaving, spinning through the air with dazzling speed. Hook swung hard, but Peter was faster. He fought, not with strength, but with joy, with wildness, with freedom, with a heart that had never grown old. And all the while, Tinker Bell darted around them, flickering like a spark of courage. The pirates watched in awe. Wendy held Michael close. John gripped a rope, ready to jump in if needed. But they didn't need to. Peter was winning. With one final leap, he disarmed Hook and sent his sword clattering across the deck. The pirate stumbled backward, teetering on the edge of the plank. And then tick-tock, tick-tock, the sound came drifting across the waves. Hook froze. The crocodile was near. It had followed the sound of its favorite meal. Hook let out a scream, turned and leapt overboard in a panic, splashing wildly toward his rowboat while the pirates scrambled after him. Silence fell. Then the children cheered. Wendy hugged Peter tightly. "You came just in time." Peter smiled. "I always do." John looked around. "How do we get back?" Peter gestured to the sails. "Simple. We fly the ship." The children gasped. Peter turned to Tink. "Ready?" She nodded, and with a wave of her tiny hands she sprinkled the ship with fairy dust. The ropes shimmered, the sails fluttered, and then, slowly, the ship rose into the sky. The Jolly Roger lifted from the water like a dream, climbing through the clouds, its sails glowing with starlight. and at the helm stood Peter Pan, wind in his hair, eyes bright with adventure. As the ship soared above Neverland, heading toward the second star to the right, Wendy stood at the railing and looked back at the island. She saw the glowing forests, the twinkling fairy lights, the curve of Mermaid Lagoon, and the dark patch of jungle where shadows still whispered. And she whispered, "Goodbye, Neverland. I'll never forget." Peter turned the wheel with a whoop. Next stop, home. Chapter 14, The Pirate Ship. The stars watched in silent awe as the Jolly Roger sailed across the night sky. Where once it had drifted through dark waters, heavy with the weight of pirate mischief, now it soared through clouds like a dream set free, its sails glowing gold with fairy dust, its ropes shimmering like spider silk in the moonlight. The wind hummed with joy, and the moon lit the way. At the helm stood Peter Pan, his hand on the ship's great wooden wheel, guiding it as confidently as any sea captain. His green tunic fluttered in the wind, and his eyes sparkled like the stars they passed. Behind him, Wendy, John, and Michael leaned over the railing, staring in amazement at the world below. Fields and forests, oceans and mountaintops drifted past in peaceful slumber, unaware that a flying pirate ship was gliding overhead. "Is this real?" Michael asked, clutching his teddy. John adjusted his imaginary captain's hat. "Of course it's real. Can't you feel the wind?" "But ships aren't supposed to fly," said Wendy softly, her voice full of wonder. Peter turned, grinning. "Not unless they've been freed." He gestured behind him at the sails. Hook's ship always felt trapped, tied to the sea, full of gloom. But now she's got her taste of sky. Tinkerbell jingled from the crow's nest, darting around the mast like a golden comet. She seemed delighted with the flight, her dust trailing in little arcs of light through the air. Inside the ship's cabin, the children found more surprises. There were maps marked with skulls and treasure chests, a compass that spun no matter which way you turned it, and a telescope that seemed to show whatever you most wanted to see. Michael looked into it and saw his bedroom window glowing softly. John saw a clock ticking beside his bed. And Wendy. Wendy saw her mother, sitting by the nursery window, eyes full of hope, as if she was still waiting. "I hope she's still awake," Wendy whispered. Peter glanced at her. "She is. Mothers always wait." The children gathered on the deck again, and Wendy, feeling the wind in her hair and the sky all around her, began to sing. It was a lullaby, soft and slow, a song her mother had once sung to her. The kind of song that wraps around your heart and keeps it safe. One by one, the Lost Boys joined in from the lower deck, curled in old hammocks and tangled in blankets. Even the stars seemed to listen. Peter flew above them all, arms spread wide, spinning once in a circle. Then he floated back to the deck and sat near Wendy. "Are you happy?" she asked him. He didn't answer right away. He looked up at the sky. "I don't know," he said finally. "I think I'm too many things at once." Wendy understood. Growing up was like that. Learning to carry many feelings in your heart, all at once. "You could come with us," she offered, her voice quiet. Peter looked at her, and for a moment, the wildness in his eyes softened. "I'd forget how to fly," he said. "No," Wendy replied gently. "You'd remember. Even grown-ups need magic sometimes. It just takes a little more believing." Peter didn't answer. He just smiled and looked away, as if he was already pretending he hadn't heard. The ship sailed on, clouds parting before its bow, until at last, in the deep hours before dawn, the lights of London appeared, tiny and twinkling far below, like fallen stars. "There it is," cried John. "The nursery window," said Michael, pressing his face to the railing. Wendy held her breath. They were going home. Peter turned the wheel with a gentle hand and guided the ship lower, until the rooftops of their neighborhood rose up to meet them. The pirate ship hovered silently in the sky above the Darling house, casting a long shadow in the moonlight. Peter flew down first and opened the nursery window. Everything was just as they had left it. The nightlights still glowed, the toy blocks were still stacked by the rug, and Mrs. Darling, half asleep in the armchair, stirred as the breeze swept in, carrying with it the scent of stars and salt and fairy dust. One by one, the children tiptoed into the room. Their feet touched the floor. The sky faded behind them. Wendy turned, just before stepping inside, and looked up at Peter. He floated just beyond the window, arms crossed, that old smile on his face. "Will you be all right?" she asked. Peter nodded. "I'm always all right." She hesitated, then leaned out and kissed him softly on the cheek. "Goodbye, Peter." "Not goodbye," he said, eyes twinkling. "Just till next time." And with that, he rose into the sky, Tinker Bell zipping behind him like a shooting star. The pirate ship creaked once in the air, then slowly turned and drifted away, vanishing into the night. The nursery was warm and quiet again, and though the stars outside the window twinkled as they always had, the children now knew that some stars could carry you far, far away, and others could bring you home. Chapter 15. The Final Jewel. The darling children were home again, tucked into their cozy nursery beds, surrounded by books and blocks and the quiet ticking of the hall clock. They slept soundly under the watchful eyes of their parents, who had never stopped hoping they would return. But in the skies above London, one last chapter still remained, because Peter Pan had not yet finished his story. The Jolly Roger, lightened by fairy dust, drifted higher and higher through the clouds, carrying Peter and Tinker Bell away from the darling home. The stars gleamed like silent witnesses as the ship turned gently back toward the skies over Neverland. Peter stood at the helm, his thoughts racing faster than the wind. Though he had rescued Wendy, John and Michael, though he had flown the ship through clouds and sung lullabies beneath the moon, one thing still remained: Hugh. Peter knew the pirate had not been defeated completely. The sea had swallowed his pride, not his plans. A villain like Hook didn't give up after one fall, and Peter could feel it, even now. The final duel was coming, and he was ready. In the shadows of Skull Rock, Hook gathered the last of his crew, Smee, Starkey, and a few others too tired to argue. Back in Neverland, Captain Hook had dragged himself onto a lonely beach, his coat soaked and torn, his hook covered in seaweed. His hat had floated away, and his boots squelched with every step. He was cold. He was angry. He had to face the boy who never grew up. "This ends tonight," Hook muttered. "Pan will come. He always does. And this time, he doesn't leave." He sharpened his sword by moonlight, staring into the water where the ticking crocodile no longer swam. It was out there somewhere, but Hook had bigger things to fear now. And far above, in the sky, Peter Pan tightened his grip on his dagger. She jingled in agreement, her glow like a fire ready to spark. "Tink," he said softly, "let's end this." Together, they flew down fast and silent towards Skull Rock. Hook turned as Peter landed lightly on the stone ledge. The moon lit the space between them like a spotlight. The duel began without words. "I came to finish it." "Back again, boy?" Hook hissed. Peter didn't smile. They drew their swords. The wind hushed. The sea held its breath. Clash. Steel rang out in the night as Peter and Hook met blade to blade. Sparks flew. Hook lunged, wild and furious. Peter flipped over his head, landing with a dancer's grace. "You're getting slow, old man," Peter said, darting back. "Still faster than you'll ever be." Hook snarled. Hook growled. "You're not a boy, you're a pest, and you're just another bedtime story," Peter said. Their swords met again and again on the rocks by the edge of the sea beneath the moon and stars. Tinker Bell darted between shadows, blinding Hook just when he thought he had the upper hand. The battle raged across the rocks until, at last, Peter disarmed Hook, sending his sword spinning into the water with a splash. Hook backed toward the cliff's edge, panting. Peter raised his blade, but then he stopped. He didn't strike. He simply looked at Hook, eyes calm. "I'm not like you," Peter said. "I don't need to win." Peter smiled faintly. Hook scowled. "Then what do you want?" "I want you to remember that you lost to a boy who still believes in fun." Hook's mouth twisted, but before he could speak, there came a sound. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The crocodile. From the shadows of the lagoon, two glowing eyes blinked slowly. Hook froze. From the shadows of the lagoon, two glowing eyes blinked slowly. The crocodile. It had found him. With a scream, Hook spun and leapt from the rocks into a rowboat, paddling furiously into the dark. His crew stumbled after him, falling over each other as they scrambled back to sea. Peter watched them go. When the sun rose over Neverland, the next morning, The island felt new. The shadows had faded. The sea sparkled with peace. The trees swayed with joy. Peter Pan stood on a high branch, wind in his hair, gazing out across the jungle. Tinker Bell fluttered beside him, her light warm as sunshine. He had faced the worst of his fears, and not because he had to win, because he had something to protect. Because he had friends, and for Peter Pan that made all the difference. Chapter 16, Going Home. The battle was over. The moon had faded behind the clouds, and the golden sun had risen over Neverland, touching the treetops with light and warmth. The sky was blue and endless, the forest full of soft birdsong, and the waves lapped gently against the shore. But something had changed. For all its wonder and wildness, Neverland no longer held the children's hearts in the same way. Because the time had come to go home, in the clearing by the hideout, the Lost Boys helped gather bundles of leaves and stitch together belongings. Wendy, with her gentle hands and steady voice, helped them pack the little things they'd made: acorn cups, shell combs, and wooden whistles shaped like birds. John tried to fold his leaf map carefully, though it kept fluttering in the breeze. Michael clutched his teddy close. A little quieter than usual, Peter Pan stood nearby, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. He said nothing, but his eyes were on Wendy. She looked up and smiled. "We're almost ready." Peter didn't smile back. "Not right away. You really want to go?" Wendy stepped closer. "Yes, Peter. We miss our parents, our real beds, our real lives." Peter kicked a pebble. "But you have a life here too. You're the mother of the Lost Boys. You tell stories. You make things better." Wendy's smile softened. "That's true. But I didn't come to stay. I came to visit. And even the best stories have to end, so that new ones can begin." Peter looked down. "I don't like endings," he muttered. "I don't either," she whispered. "But they're part of growing up." "I don't want to grow up." "I know." And she placed her hand on his, just for a moment. Soon, the children stood at the edge of the forest, where the wind swept in from the sea. Tinker Bell sprinkled fairy dust in careful circles, her glow extra soft today, as if she understood what was happening, even if she didn't like it. Peter flew to the top of a tall rock and called out to the Lost Boys. "You stay," he said. "This is your home, but if you ever want to visit the real world, the window will be open, just for a little while." The Lost Boys nodded, some with tears in their eyes, others pretending to be brave. Wendy turned to each of them and gave a hug, one that felt like a promise. Then Peter looked at the three darling children. "Think happy thoughts," he said, "and don't forget your shadows." And up they flew. Wendy, John, and Michael lifted into the sky, their bodies light with belief, their hearts full of memories. They soared over the trees, the lagoon, the pirate cove, and finally over the sea. Behind them, Neverland glowed in the morning light, already beginning to fade like a dream upon waking. The clouds swept past. The stars winked goodbye. The children's minds were quiet as they flew, because something inside them knew they were different now. Not just older, but fuller, as if they carried a piece of Neverland in their hearts forever. When they reached London, the sky was beginning to turn a pale pink. The rooftops were still sleeping, the chimneys wore scarves of mist. The nursery window was open. Peter had made sure of it. And inside, Mrs. Darling was asleep in the rocking chair, her face turned toward the stars. The children floated down gently, their bare feet brushing the rug. Michael crawled into his old bed without even opening his eyes. John hung up his dressing gown like he'd never left. And Wendy stood in the middle of the nursery, looking around, feeling the strange joy of something being both new and familiar. She turned to the window. Peter hovered there, in the light of dawn. "You'll come back?" she asked. He nodded. "If you leave the window open." Wendy stepped closer. "I'll miss you," Peter grinned. "Not too much, I hope. Grown-ups aren't supposed to believe in me." "I'll believe," she whispered, "even when I grow up." He looked at her for a long moment, and for the first time in all the world, Peter Pan looked almost sad. Then he flew backward into the sky with a somersault, Tinker Bell twinkling after him like a falling star. And the window stayed open, just a little, just enough for dreams to drift in. Chapter 17, The Goodbye. Days passed, and then weeks. The Darling household returned to its quiet rhythm, tea in the afternoons, the ticking of clocks and shoes neatly lined by the front door. But things were not exactly the same, because something had changed. Wendy, John, and Michael had come back different, not in the way grown-ups always worry about, but in a quieter, deeper way. They had brought something with them from Neverland, something that couldn't be packed in a suitcase or pinned on a coat. They had brought magic in their eyes, in their laughter, in the stories they told by the fire. And they had brought a memory of someone who still lived beyond the stars. Peter Pan. Wendy missed him most at night. When the house was still and the sky was clear, she would open the nursery window and sit on the sill in her dressing gown, waiting, just in case. Some nights she would whisper, "I believe," and feel the wind rustle her hair, as if someone far away had heard her. Other times she would dream of flying over rooftops, over seas, and wake up with her hand outstretched toward the moon. Peter didn't return right away, but Wendy kept the window open anyway. One evening, when the stars shone particularly bright and the moon was full like a lantern in the sky, she heard it. A sound like soft wind and laughter. And then there he was, hovering just beyond the window, his eyes bright with starlight, a smile playing at his lips. Peter Pan had come back. "Hello, Wendy," he said, as if no time had passed at all. She stood, her heart leaping, and stepped to the window. "Peter, I wasn't sure you'd remember. I never forget a friend," he said. Behind him, Tinker Bell gave a soft jingle, fluttering around Wendy's head in a happy little loop. Peter looked around the nursery, his smile slowly fading. "It's smaller than I remembered." Wendy nodded. "Sometimes things feel that way when you've grown." He tilted his head. "You've gotten taller, and you haven't changed at all." Peter grinned. "That's the plan." They stood quietly for a moment, the window between them. Then Peter asked, "Come back with me to Neverland. We'll have adventures again. Mermaids and pirates and flying and stories." Wendy looked down at her hands. She wanted to say yes. Her heart remembered every joy, every flight, every glowing star. But something inside her had shifted. She knew it the way you know when your shoes no longer fit, or when your voice suddenly sounds older in your own ears. "I can't," she said gently. "Not now. I've grown up a little." Peter's smile wavered. "You promised you wouldn't." "I didn't mean to," she said. "But growing up isn't always bad. It's just part of the story." Peter looked away. "You could stay," she whispered. "We could find a way. Maybe not forever, but for a while." Peter shook his head slowly. "I don't belong here. I belong in the skies." Wendy blinked back tears. Then, "Will you visit?" Peter nodded, though his voice was very soft. "Only if the window stays open. It always will." She leaned forward and kissed him gently on the cheek. A soft kiss, a goodbye, and a thank you, and an I'll never forget all at once. Peter turned, his silhouette lit by the moon. Tinker Bell jingled softly as they rose into the sky, and then he was gone. Wendy stood at the window long after he'd disappeared, watching the stars. She didn't cry. She didn't close the window. She simply whispered, "Goodbye, Peter Pan," and in the breeze, just for a moment, she thought she heard his voice. Not goodbye, just till next time. Chapter 18. The story lives on. Time passed, as it always does. Seasons turned the leaves golden, then bare, then green again. Snow fell and melted. Clocks ticked and calendars flipped, and little by little, the nursery changed. John and Michael began to ask fewer questions about pirates and fairies. They no longer left their bedroom window open at night, their minds filled with schoolbooks and numbers and maps of the real world. But Wendy remembered. Even as her dresses grew longer and her voice grew steadier, some part of her heart stayed soft, still holding that starlight, that laughter, that boy who never grew up. And though she no longer waited at the window, every night, she kept it unlocked, always, just in case. When her brothers asked if it had all been a dream, Wendy would only smile. "Do dreams leave shadows behind?" she'd say. "Do dreams bring back memories that glow?" Michael sometimes said yes, but John would pretend he hadn't heard. And Wendy never tried to convince them. Some things she knew had to be believed to be seen. So she remembered quietly. She remembered the island in the clouds, and the lagoon of singing mermaids, and the lost boys with their leaf hats and mismatched socks. She remembered how it felt to fly, and always she remembered Peter Pan. Years passed. Wendy grew into a young woman, then a mother herself. Her days were filled with gentle tasks, braiding hair, folding blankets, bandaging scraped knees. But at night, just before bedtime, she would open the window for a few minutes, breathe in the stars, and whisper, "Second star to the right," and straight on till morning. She told stories to her children, just like she had told them in Neverland. And when her daughter Jane asked, "Is Peter Pan real?" Wendy would smile and answer, "He is, if you believe." Jane believed. And one night, long after the grown-ups had gone to bed and the house was still, a shadow passed across the nursery wall. A boy with wild eyes and leaves in his hair stood at the window once more, and this time he didn't ask for Wendy. He said, "Come on, Jane, we're going to Neverland." So the story continued, as it always has, because Peter Pan doesn't belong to just one child, or one time, or one dream. He belongs to all who wish to fly, to all who leave their windows cracked just in case, to all who believe in magic, even when they're told not to. You see, Peter Pan lives in the stories we tell, in the games we play, in the hearts of those who don't want to grow up too fast. And when the night is quiet, and the wind is soft, and the stars are just bright enough, if you listen closely, you might hear the jingle of fairy wings. You might see a shadow pass your window, and you might remember that he's still out there, somewhere between the stars and the sea. Peter Pan is still flying. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.